Taking a quick look at the chat. Just want to make sure you can hear my microphone pretty well. Glad you found me. I've been working on this project for several years now, on and off. And I've taken a lot of different approaches to try to figure out how to accomplish this. And if this is your first time seeing the work that I'm doing, of course, we call it grayboxing, but grayboxing is not nearly as technical or complex as what I'm doing here, but I still consider it to be part of that process. Typically, my gray boxes are not gray, they're white, but it's still the process. I'll just block out the silhouette of the building, and then I'll add details like this to where it's still nothing significant, just some basic shapes to get a better, more accurate silhouette of the building. And then I'll go to something like this where I'll do Boolean operations to cut out windows. Really, let me hide these two really quick and see. And I'll end up with a building that looks something like this. Sometimes I'll export this out, the boxes out into something like SketchUp, Blender, or 3ds Max. And I'll use that to add detail, which is what I did for this building. But a lot of it I do build inside of the engine just to kind of take advantage of Cesium. That's the plugin that I'm using here. It's free. There are YouTube videos that'll teach you how to set it up in Unreal Engine. Basically, it is Google's 3D photogrammetry, 3D tiles. And if I turn the camera really fast, you'll see things start to kind of load in. But I've got two layers on here. I've got Google 3D tiles, which, let's go to here, look like this. If I get up close to them, you can see what the quality of the materials are. Inside of Google Earth and Google Maps, the materials are much higher quality. Google doesn't provide their highest quality textures and materials. And you can't use their textures or their 3D tiles unless you're paying for Cesium and streaming that information into the project. I do this kind of full time, but mostly for fun. I do get paid sometimes to bring other architects and firms, building models into the project for their presentations so that they can contextualize a BIM model inside of the environment. And usually, interestingly enough, my computer is much more performant than a lot of the computers that architects use. So they'll hire me to bring my computer around to presentations and showcase one of their Revit models, for example, inside of the environment, since I'm building local to my city. I was living on South Main, which is here. And this floor was my floor. From the entire top floor of this building was my condo, which is above my buddy's condo and a restaurant. And I decided that I wanted to bring my street into a scene because I was already planning on doing some other buildings in the city. So that's where I started. I used the front of my condo as the origin of the scene. So I went into maps, contextualized my condo, see where we are. Let's go South Main. We'll drop down right about here. And I right clicked in front of the condo at the front door and grabbed these coordinates. All right, so, 35 point whatever, negative 90 point whatever. And I said, I want that to be my origin. So when I did look up that YouTube video to figure out how to bring cesium into Unreal Engine, I made sure that I put this inside of a note in my notepad here. And just with Windows, I can shut Windows down, turn it back on without ever saving that notepad. And all of my notes will still just pop up because they're saved in memory. Throw it away, buddy. So took note of that, and I made that the world origin, and I made sure I aligned the ground, like the sidewalk, to that origin point inside of the engine. So if I go here, not right now. Let's see, can I see the grid? So as you can see, my world origin is basically right underneath the cesium information. And there's multiple layers. Like when I bring in ultra dynamics, weather and sky, and any other plugins, they will automatically come in at the origin, or I will reposition them at 0. And this helps me understand kind of where the project is set up. With cesium, you can bring in these 3D tiles, or just the world terrain, which gives you materials minus any information. You can also bring in cesium buildings, which look like this. And it kind of gives you the footprint minus the silhouette. So just the general shape of the building and its location, but no building height information. It's not a full box. As you can see, I can go under it, and it's not a complete solid object. But that's a good way to kind of use cesium's information as a foundation. And I don't remember how I extracted this, but I was able to extract all those buildings to be able to go and edit them if I wanted to. But I just keep them there for reference. Let's see, what did I do next? So that being said, when you figure out what that origin point is, I also use the latitude, longitude, those coordinates inside of Ultra Dynamic Sky and other plugins that allow me to add those coordinates. And when I have something in my scene anywhere in the world, if I export it as a GLTF or something, it will export placing that object in the environment in the same position it is, and use, let's say for SketchUp, the world origin will also be here in SketchUp. And let's say if I exported one of these boxes that I brought in here, it will also show up in this place in SketchUp. And I think it'll do the same in other programs, but that's one way that I've been able to kind of jumpstart this project. With cesium, they have what's called cartographic polygons. And basically it is a spline that you add to the scene. And you can use that spline to isolate information. You can't isolate by height. For example, you can't cut a building in half. You can only isolate around a building. And this is basically what that looks like. So let me show you FedEx Forum. Let's grab cesium, cartographic cesium polygon raster overlay is what it's called. And let me just delete the FedEx Forum one. And this is the photogrammetry for the FedEx Forum. Gives me enough information to know exactly where things should be. And I use Unreal Engine's built-in modeling mode, which is a plugin that you have to enable. When you go into modeling mode, Shift 5, you can just select a box. And with Cesium's information, you can align these boxes to the normal, but I don't like to do that because there's no telling how this stuff is oriented from the scan. So I'll uncheck align to normal and just drop a box in here. You know, let's say on the ground. I'll recheck that align to normal button after I drop that box, hit accept. Then I'll go under the ground and I'll use polygroup edit in modeling mode to then, as you can see, these scans give you some basement information like the footprint of the building. So I can drop that box down, select everything, kind of move it into place by the corner. If I middle mouse click and drag, you know, let's say this little blue box here, I can move the gizmo around and then hold control to snap it to a point on my box. Same thing with, you know, the X, Y, Z axis. And let's uncheck this 45-degree angle constraint. And I'll just kind of generally rotate it. I'll go grab a face of the box, use the axes from that face to pull the box out and extrude the top like so. You're fine, baby. And just create a box. And as you can see, this building is not necessarily off center in terms of its rotation. Just grab that box. Let's move the gizmo to this back corner. And then rotate with middle mouse button to align the gizmo to this wall. And then I can drag it and hold control and it will align the movement to the normals of the building. So I'll just kind of put it in the best place I possibly can and then just do a left click rotation and try to align it. So if I hold control, it'll kind of lock it to any normals that my cursor goes over. And that's how I started this whole process. So bring that up to the rooftop, hold control. I'll get maybe the highest point first. Make sure my bottom is still intact. This wall looks pretty good. That wall looks pretty good. Grab this face, control, drag it into the wall that's like closest to the inside. And I'm just gonna go ahead and gray box this building real quick. We'll grab this top face, push pull, and then I'll push it to the top roof of that block. Grab this face. If I press G, I have the cesium information hidden in game. So shortcut G on the keyboard will go into game mode and it'll hide anything that's not supposed to be seen in the game. All right, so I can grab this face, push pull, then press G again. And it doesn't have to be perfect. Okay, push pull. And just generally get it in there. Let me think, how do I want to do this other part? So there's a lot to learn and I'll probably start doing some videos. Here I've got a selection filter where I can choose to do edges, points, or faces. So I'm going to enable edges so I can grab this edge and delete it, which leaves me with that. Sometimes when I delete an edge, I'll also delete the face associated with it. Click on an edge and use the fill hole button and it'll place a more appropriate face in there. Real quick, I'll do a push pull on this face to pull it out so that I can make this portion of the building. We'll delete this edge, push pull here. Okay, delete that edge. Sometimes you might want to keep those edges. For example, could be useful for me to keep this edge, move it back this way, do a small push on this face to about there, and then grab this edge and move it into place. And that gives me a general shape. So when I stretch these faces, I want to go back, delete the faces. You can see the material on there is looking all crazy. That kind of changes the normal of that face. But if I delete it and then go back and fill that hole again, that's a quick fix. Do the same thing for the bottom. Let's delete an edge, go back, delete this face, and then fill the hole. So a little quick shortcuts to kind of gray box, and you know, these could turn into game ready assets, but it's a very quick and easy way to go in and build out the silhouette of that building. So you really to go? Do you do this full time? Yeah, this is pretty sick. And you know, I do marketing and graphic design full time. This is something that's a kind of a passion project, but because I've streamed and posted about it and it's gained the attention of a lot of people who are like excited about Grand Theft Auto, for example, they'll see this and it'll go viral for those reasons, where people will say things like, we got Grand Theft Auto Memphis before GTA 6, and the news picked it up off of Reddit. An architectural firm local to Memphis saw it. They hired me to do some work with them, had an NDA for an upcoming development, and it paid really well. But them hiring me opened the door for me to prioritize a specific section of the city and really push through the development and figuring all of this out. It paid me a lot of money, but it also gave me an opportunity to learn some things I had been avoiding learning, because I was really just kind of taking this day by day, doing it for fun. Once I got paid, I kind of had to take it more seriously, and it helped me understand, you know, there's 6 different ways, as my drafting teacher used to say, to accomplish everything. I can go and pull this gray box into Blender and add the details that I need. I can send the gray box to someone, give them a reference, an address, and ask them to add that information for me. But you can also build all this information directly in Engine using the modeling tools, and I'll show you a little more of that. So with this face selected, I'm gonna do an inset, and as you can see, it just kind of allows me to create a little wall here. I'll grab these 4 faces and push them up. We call this extruding in SketchUp. I love using SketchUp. And that gives me almost the silhouette that I need for this building. The last thing that I did, you know, let's assume that this is a complete silhouette and it's finalized around the entire building. Everything is exactly how I want it. I can do an inset at the bottom here. Let's see if we can get this looking all right. Almost. Not quite. Let me try the top. Gets a little weird, and that's why I would bring it into SketchUp or something. Let's see, inset, and see what that looks like. So the other, an alternative would be to grab this, duplicate the floor, pull it down, pull it, push pull it, and then grab all these faces. So like my drafting teacher said, there's 6 different ways to do everything. Got an issue here. Let's delete that edge and grab these 2 edges and bridge them. That didn't work. See if we can insert an edge. Sometimes Unreal Engine is a little bit sketchy. So if that doesn't work, always run into some sort of issue, and that's all right. But again, we're grayboxing here, right? This isn't meant to be a final product, although it can turn into one. What I'll do is, let's see, Let's push pull selected triangle normals even. And let's see if that might fix my issue. Single direction. All right, so I changed this direction mode to single direction. That kind of fixes my issue there. I can grab all these faces. Little way to kind of cheat to give me some interior walls. And then I'll do a push-pull operation again, but this time we'll go selected triangle normals even, only just to see if this is going to give me the result I'm looking for, and it might. So create a little wall in here. Let's see, there we go. And then so this is the process that I did to create something that I'm about to show you in a second, which is a almost finished version of this building. Let me delete all these faces. And let's see if I can push this up. Let's flip this and push it up. Let's try single direction. All right, it almost gave me the result that I'm looking for, not quite. But that's pretty much the process that I did. This is a complicated building to show as an example, and I'm not going to keep it anyways. So if I press cancel, it'll go back to the regular box. But I've got level streaming in this project, and I'll turn on the FedEx Forum. Again, this is what it looks like. No clue what that is, what that says. No really good information here. And then I will use Google Street View as a reference. And you can go down into Street View and have a look at what is actually here. Sometimes I'll just go take a bunch of pictures or hire somebody to do some drone footage, and that will give me a better photogrammetry model if I extract 3D information from drone footage or a LiDAR scan. But I just had Google Image View as a reference and Google's 3D tiles. And this is what I came up with. Let's see here. So I did these inside of SketchUp. I designed the logos inside of Affinity Designer, or let's see, File, Open Recent Logos. Inside of Affinity Designer. So this is kind of my background, is graphic design work. I've got almost every logo around downtown in a file somewhere as a vector. Bring that vector as a DXF into SketchUp, and then I'll extrude and create these. So when you put that side by side, pretty dang legit. think I might need to go back in time to like, what was it, 2025? So a lot to do. Thank you. But yeah, I did the same thing. I went through YouTube for hours and days and months and years, actually looking to see who else was doing similar type of work. And I couldn't find anything substantial enough to give me the tool set that was best for, creating what I would call an MVP, minimum viable product. This isn't game ready per se, but my computer is beefy enough to handle almost anything. So for me, I could gamify it and play it and walk through the environment. I can't package this and expect anyone to have a decent experience because it's not optimized and there are a lot of triangles. Well, let's see. If I press play, hook up a controller. So not very many core mechanics in here yet. But I wanted everything to be 1-to-1 scale. And the goal is to not only release a demo of like a video game, but to attract some local agencies and collaborate with them, bring in different BIM models from architectural firms. We got a box here. Maybe got audio from actual people walking around and partying on Bill Street. Deleting my roads and everything. And, it's kind of a twofold project. On one end, I could make this available as a game, a simulation game of sorts, and flip the script on, I don't know how loud that was, so I apologize. On one end, I can make this available as a video game, simulation game, but I can flip the script on IP. And instead of having to pay Lamborghini to have Lamborghini vehicles in the game, I can work with local businesses and offer naming rights deals, and they can pay to have their brand featured in the game. Otherwise, I would put a fake, like a fictitious parody name on some of these buildings. Let's see. Let's go cloudy. And then architectural visualization. I can offer services in the process and monetize this project while I'm building my game for different firms who want to create presentations. And that's probably the most fun part to me, is I get to play and have fun while I'm working. And I learn the engine. And when I'm kind of being put on the spot, when I've got something on the line and I'm being paid to create something that's stunning, I will figure things out a lot quicker than I will when I'm doing this just in my free time. But yeah, different phases of gray boxing. I'll use the city environment. I'll throw a box on a building. Like my favorite tool is just the modeling tools box, and these are my favorites. I don't know if you can see that well, but grab a box here, turn off a line to normal. Grab a simple building, and I'll start just building with the shapes. Once you start understanding the polygroup edit mode and how to manipulate one box, pretty much anything is possible. And it's a lot easier to build these silhouettes once you get really good at shaping boxes. It's like playing with clay or Legos. And you just got to understand the faces and how they work. The challenging part is understanding how normals change every time you do stretch a face or, do a push-pull operation or move an edge. If those faces shift in a different way, like that, you have to think about how the normals get affected by faces. Smoothing groups you have to think about, because typically these round corners are just a bunch of faces, and you can apply smoothing to the edges that go between each face to make it look more round in the shading. And then your gizmo orientation is something you also have to worry about. So I work in world space, I think, local space coordinates. Typically my gizmo, when I grab something, this is in local space coordinates, but when I go over to world space coordinates, the gizmo will be oriented wrong because it's based on the position of the actual world. But I try to stay in local space coordinates. And when you're manipulating polygons inside of polygroup edit, you have to consider the orientation of your gizmo. Probably I'm complicating it a lot more than it actually has to be, but just know boxes typically have four sides, and they're all like perpendicular and parallel to each other. And most buildings, the majority of buildings, are designed with that principle in mind. Some buildings will have some odd shapes, but when 2, 3, 4, 5 buildings are next to each other, typically they will all be oriented in the same direction. And it's a lot easier for you to, think about it like Legos. And you just got a bug out of the trampoline?
Yeah.
That's information I don't really need to know while I'm streaming, baby. Thank you, though. Go have fun. My 6-year-old. And yes, I could sell these assets, but the end goal is to create a game that comes with upgrades. Not necessarily something like Fortnite where you pay for all this random invaluable stuff, but more like I release a base product of downtown Memphis as a simulation, and inside of that simulation we have virtual events, VR rooms where you can meet in real spaces, some commerce add-ons to where you can actually purchase products in your game, which you can also purchase in real life, NFTs, virtual properties where you can buy properties and be the one of few people that own particular properties in the game. But we also want to do some simulations that take users through the past, present, and future. Let's say the sanitation strike with Martin Luther King, or a tour of Memphis in the 80s featuring Elvis Presley. If we can get licenses to those characters, considering this is a real location, those are brand deals that we can pick up and monetize on top of the base game. On the enterprise side, instead of selling these as assets and providing these buildings as 3D models, we can sell licensing to the entire environment for people that want to do virtual productions and film commercials, TV shows, movies inside of the environment, or use the environment and the models included in the environment for architectural presentations or any other kind of virtual simulations. So digital twin, the end goal is also to connect IoT, Internet of Things technology, so that we can visualize traffic in real time. Firefighters can open up the project and stream it through a web browser, find the best approach to putting out a fire in a particular building. Sensors can be put all over the city for parking to see where parking is available, or maybe audio sensors for pinpointing where gunshots have been heard over the last 30 days. So the game is one part, and that is what gets the most attention, and that's what has helped me gain publicity for the project. But the enterprise side is what gets me all the brand deals, all the contracts, and all the partnerships and sponsorships. And there's a lot of information. When you have thousands of kids playing it like it's GTA, and they're hanging out in different hotspots in the city, city officials can, and governors can go and purchase access to that information and make informed decisions on how they change the environment. Hey, we're going to build a skyrise here because most of the vehicle traffic and car traffic is congested in this area, so we want to have a walking path from this park to here. Most of the people that are playing video games they seem to be meeting up at this particular business address. So maybe we can use that information to create advertisements so that when that next generation of employees go out in the workforce, they're already familiar with the environment. FedEx Forum or FedEx and Amazon and Blue Oval can get traffic information and determine some of the best routes for deliveries and such, considering this is the hub for FedEx, right? So at the end, the possibilities are endless, but when you decide to bring this type of environment into a video game and you want to make really good looking buildings, you're just talking about boxes and kind of eyeballing. Like, this one's a really good one. The texture here is good enough for me to know that if I put a box, if I go and add a box, I'm going to try to add it on the white, because this is a straight, like a flat plane. We're going to align to normal is turned off. I turn on align to normal. As you can see, it aligns to the underlying information. If I press G, you can see it's actually aligning to the photogrammetry, and that looks absolutely terrible. So I'll throw a box right on the white, except polygroup edit. Just stretch it out. Eyeball it. Does not have to be perfect since it's for a video game. And there are many ways that you can kind of place these objects with measurements. For example, if I push pull here, stretch it to about right there, push pull again, this face, push pull to there, push pull one more time. Okay. I can take these two faces and push them down. Now I have 3 boxes. And if I have face selection mode enabled and the other 2 turned off, I can grab all those faces, duplicate, drag this over. I can eyeball it. And I think that'll, get me by for now. Grab all 4 of those, duplicate again. We'll just eyeball it. That looks pretty fair. Then grab this face. I do like to take a more measured approach, but for demonstration purposes, I'll just do this real quick. All right, easy. And then I'll grab all these bottom faces. Control to deselect. Duplicate and move them down. Push pull. Since these are probably going to be about the same size going down this entire stretch of building. Let's pull this up just a bit. Middle mouse button to pull my gizmo to the very top of one of these boxes, holding control. That way I can stretch it a bit. All right, and then duplicate. And I'll drag the duplicate down. And this was the first approach that I took to building accurate building models. The whole FedEx Forum project was built this way. Everything was done in the engine. So let's duplicate, bring all those down. From a distance, doesn't really matter what it looks like. Up close. Depending on what your character is going to be doing in the game, that's an kind of an executive decision on your part. But most of my buildings will be hero assets because my characters will be able to walk around the city. It's not like Need for Speed where you're driving past the buildings really fast. Assetto Corsa, BeamNG Drive, to where the intent is to kind of see the building at speeds like this. If I'm up close, I'm going to make everything a hero asset. So except that this gives me what I need to perform a Boolean operation eventually. All right, so with that like that, you see my gizmo basically stayed where I placed the first box. So when you place a box in the environment, hit accept, your gizmo is going to be there unless you transform outside of the modeling mode. If I go into polygroup edit and I move that box, my gizmo is still going to be there. I can go to edit gizmo or edit, let's see, what is it called? Edit pivot, call it pivot. And I can center it, place it on the bottom. And right now the bottom is going to be this right side because when I place the box, I align the box to a normal and it'll place it from the bottom. So right now the pivot is actually on the bottom. If I want to orient this correctly, I'll do a 45, boom, 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 boom. Okay, and let's see, I think maybe this way. So edit pivot, top, bottom, left, right, front, back. So it's backwards. So let's put it at the bottom and then rotate it. So if I want this facing forward, let's transform, middle mouse button, control, and then left mouse button, control, complete. Now it's facing the appropriate direction. Usually the red axis is going to be pointing backwards, but it's facing forward. And then blue is up. In SketchUp, that depending on how you have your projects set up, they might be a little bit different in every 3D software. But knowing those things really helps with the grayboxing process because you'll have a challenging time being more productive in your grayboxing phase if you don't understand how to use just the general box and the built-in Unreal Engine tools. efficiently. That being said, assuming that I have a wall here, you know, let's grab this box and polygroup edit it. Let's turn on cesium because those normals will affect where I place things. I'll move this. So I moved my pivot with middle mouse button to this face with control. And I'll drag it on the red axis to this white spot here with control. Because remember, we can't really put it on these normals. Okay, let's just go into it and see where we are. Let's grab this face. And for now, I'm just going to pull it to here. Let's see, group. Can't really see it on here, so I'm going to have to kind of go into this. Just so I can drop it right on that face. Let's grab the top. Let's see if we can see the top of this anywhere. Might just have to go into it. There it is. Perfect. And then grab the bottom, go under the ground, and I'm just going to drop this way past where it needs to be. And we'll use this as a reference here. That being done, let's assume that this is pretty much the thickness of my wall. Let's hit accept and move both of these out. Assuming that's how thick I want my wall to be, I can now take this, and I have two options. I can either stretch it and move it, or I can polygroup edit, which would take a lot longer, and pull these faces through the wall. Easier to just stretch and move it. I have a plugin called 3D Snapping Helper 3D. Snapping Helper 3D. I can enable that, which will disable modeling tools. I can pin to any of these points. You know, it'll show me a number of points relative to my camera's location. And it's usually edges, where edges connect, and where, let's see, what is it called? Let's go back to modeling mode so I can say this right. Polygroup edit. Edge loops. So at the intersection of edge loops, so if I go back to 3D Snapping Helper, if there was an edge loop in the center of this block right here, actually I'll just add one. Modeling mode. Let's go to polygroup edit, edge loop, even, one edge loop, center, place it right in the middle, top and on the side, done, accept. If I go into Snapping Helper plugin, you'll see that in the middle of this block, I don't have a Snapping Helper dot, nor do I have one here vertically. But in the middle of this one, since I created some edge loops, let's go to lit wireframe. You see there's no edge loops on this block, but there are two edge loops, one here and one here. And those snapping dots will show up on all of those edge loops. And I can manipulate objects much easier. For example, if I wanted to select this edge of this item, I think it's Control Alt. Yeah, I can Control Alt, and then I can snap this to this edge. So lots of cool features. I don't really use that anymore because I've learned how to manipulate the gizmo. The pivot. So that being said, let me turn off wireframe. We can go into modeling mode. I can do a transform. Middle mouse button to control to pull the pivot out to this face and then stretch it. Complete. And then for this wall, I'll grab the wall and the Boolean that I created. We'll do a Boolean operation. So click Boolean. The first thing I want to do is intersect. And I want to create actually, hold on. I thought I did a copy paste. So with these two selected, control copy, control paste, we should now have 2. All right, now do a Boolean operation, intersection, create a new object, and we can call this new object building 1 underscore windows. I'll put SM underscore on the front end of that. Static mesh, building 1 windows. Building 1 would be the name of this building. And that gives me the intersection between these two. Okay, now I'll take this wall and this Boolean that I created. We'll do another Boolean operation, but this time difference A minus B. And we'll write this object to the first input object. I'll hit cancel. Make sure we click the wall first and then the window, because the wall is what we want to keep. And we don't want to create a new mesh in our content browser. We want to replace this wall mesh, which currently looks like this, with a wall mesh that has holes in it. So I'll click the wall mesh first. The second input object will be the window Boolean. Click the Boolean button. I'm going to write this to first input object. It already has a name, which is automatically generated. And difference A minus B, hit accept. And here's what we have. So I'll grab some random window material. And apply that to this for now. And that's basically one wall of this whole building kind of ready to go. So that's a quick gray box, and this is with no window details. First I'll do this, and then I'll bring all this information to another program, or I'll use Unreal Engine to build around this after I get the general shape and cutout of the building with windows. Or you can use a window plugin. So I have a section here. Let me turn everything off and turn on some of these buildings. Okay, here's a building that I use procedural windows in. So I did my Boolean operation for the windows where I cut out holes like so. And then I used a procedural door and window plugin and manually placed windows in those holes at the specified size. Or you can do it backwards. Place the windows where you want them. Create boxes around where you place those windows. You know, let's say you want a window here. You'll go to box. Just place the box wherever. Accept. Polygroup edit. Stretch this face to here. Move this face to there. Move this face here. And move this face here. Assuming this is the size that you want your windows to be. Let's see if we can see it. Okay, and then take this face and this face, and I'll just use this tool to change the width of it. Except, okay, let's copy this box and let's convert it to a new static mesh. Except now it's its own static mesh. Because here's the deal, if I don't convert it to a new static mesh and I copy it and I go to polygroup edit and I make some crazy edits to this, let me do this. And let me grab pretty much everything on here. I see it, buddy. I see it on the wall, baby. And now I'm gonna just stretch this like so. Except it is also going to change that other mesh. Right? So if I undo, 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 redo. So if I have 10 of these in the world and I create 10 buildings with one box and I kind of manipulate the size of the box without doing a polygroup edit, and then I go and polygroup edit one of those boxes, all the edits I do to that box will update the other instances of the box. So you have to convert that box to a new static mesh so that the changes you make to that in the environment don't affect the other instances. Now I can go in here. Let's grab the window and the box and let's move it up here. Just a quick demonstration. So like I know I want this window here. Let's adjust the size of, polygroup edit this. Let's bring it about to where the window is, maybe a little wider. And also the back side. Let's find the other side of our window. Control. That's probably good enough. Except, all right, now let's go click on the window and the box and hit Alt and drag. Alt and drag. Alt and drag. And now I can take all these boxes and merge them together, or simply grab the wall, the first box, Boolean difference A minus B, first input object, except, right? Let's do that again. Whoops. So to keep from having to do it one by one, you can merge all those boxes into one static mesh. But as you see, I just now created a wall with windows in it. And these windows will be generated at game start. And there are tons of little things that I can do to, let's just see if I can just pull this over here. Change the information about these windows. Is a door, is not a door. Optimize, reduce triangle count, materials, window dimensions. Right, let's undo that. It's probably a lot to do. So I can click on this window, grab that information, shift right click, grab this window, shift left click, and that'll put that back to the right size. Base frame thickness. Frame length. Let's see, 4 leaves or 2 leaves. Metal. Lock. etc. Let's see. Let's find this inside of my content browser. Because this is a blueprint and I need to figure out what the name of it is so you can go download it. This is procedural building plugin for Unreal Engine. I think that's what it's called. Procedural building. And really, it's for doors and windows. And the Boolean operations can happen at runtime, but I've not looked into that to figure out how that works. But as part of my Greyboxing, another plugin I'll recommend is Project Cleaner. So all those meshes I just made, when I delete them from the environment, they're going to be sitting inside of my project, making the project more bulky. I can pick different folders, such as the generated meshes folder, and clean those folders, deleting anything that's not currently inside of any level in my game. That's something I recommend doing, but you have to be very careful because once you delete something for good, you can't recover it unless you have some sort of source control and backups of old versions of the project. All that being said, I'll preview some more of what I have grayboxed and progress I've made to different parts of my scene. So these are custom roads that I created using Spline Tool Pro. Basically made a road mesh with lots of triangles, and I wanted a road that would curve like they do in real life. That was very hard to find. Even though I own pretty much every road plugin you can think of, I ended up going with my own custom roads initially. Now I'm using Meta Road, but this was the first attempt at creating something for architectural visualization purpose, because I wanted accuracy. And when you bring in Google's 3D tiles, I wanted those sidewalks to line up perfectly with the sidewalks in real life. So as you can see, my custom sidewalk spline, it's a custom mesh that I created that I populate along this white spline. Not sure how well you can see that. And I just used Google's 3D imagery to place the spline right along the edge of that sidewalk. And that's the result of what my sidewalk looks like with that custom spline. I'll use a low poly version of my sidewalk to place the mesh along the spline, and then I'll switch that out with a high poly version once the spline is aligned to the grade. As you can see in Memphis, there is no such thing as a straight road. All these roads have hills and banks, and it's very hard to get all these sidewalks to align using any road building tool that's available to the public. Typically, these tools are designed to be on more flat environments, and they don't mesh well with like existing grades of a landscape like Memphis. So I have to build these custom roads, and if I enable a lit wireframe, you can see how many triangles are in these roads. But since it's populated on a spline, for the most part, when I populate that road on a spline, it's using instanced meshes. And that helps me reduce the memory draw. So let's go back. Lit. And let's what is this? Not sure what I'm seeing here. Probably some information. Season tiles, refresh tile set. Yeah, not sure what I'm seeing there. But I use splines to do the decals of the road as well. And also the spline tool to create these curve profiles and islands as you would see them in real life. And I started using the spline tool to also create some of the lots. Oh, I know what that is. Let's see, ROH, old and new. See hidden. There we go. Gray boxed buildings can have some significant detail. And still be considered a very low quality version of the building. Not much happening here. As you can see, that grade is kind of crazy. Not a single straight road in this city. And most of the buildings are on grades like this to where you have to account for the change in the landscape. So that made it all the more challenging. But nonetheless, figured a lot of things out. Stuff like this was really interesting too. I would draw out a spline. Let me show you an example. Something simple. You know, let's say I wanted to bring in this parking lot right here as a mesh. A lot of ways you can do that. You can create a rectangle, you can subdivide it a bunch, and then you can use modeling tool to kind of manipulate it like it's a landscape, like painting tools to manipulate the mesh after it's subdivided. If I go to my favorites, I like to use, is it in my favorites? Polygroup edit, lattice, triangle edit. See, create, draw a spline. I think I can just, oh yeah. So it's point based, and this spline is going to align to the normals. So if I click on one of these trees, that spline is going to end up all the way in the air by accident. So let's undo. This is also how I created some splines for the sidewalks. So let's put some points a little closer together for the sake of presentation. And we're going to make a quick parking lot that is somewhat aligned to this. And then loop, accept. Now we have a spline here for our parking lot. And I can, let's see, I think in newer versions of Unreal, you have some tools that you can use to convert those splines to a mesh. Let's go to create new objects, draw spline. Triangulate the spline components of the selected actors to create new objects. Okay, so with the spline selected, I'm going to click Mesh Spline. And because I think I accidentally clicked up in the air here, let's escape. I'll drop this down. Big whoops. It used to show me when this thing was going underground. So that's really what I was talking about there. Pretty sure blue is up. So let's just pull it down like so. Let's grab this tangent, pull it up. All right, you kind of get the point. This isn't a perfect example, but helpful nonetheless. All right, so let's say we got that there. That's fixed. We can do a mesh spline. This gives us a pretty good mesh based on that spline, and it kind of conforms to the grade a little bit. If I go to lit wireframe, you'll see that it triangulates from one point. I absolutely hate that. So what I would do is remesh it after the fact, but this is pretty good. I will just hit accept, or you can flatten that out. If you want it to be flat, you can choose, you can flatten it to best fit plane, and it'll still kind of have a little curvature here to where it goes down the grade. Because there is some curvature this way also, but it's going to flatten it on one side to the best fitting plane. I like that option as well because I can then go back and manipulate it. But let's just choose do not flatten. Let's hit accept. I'll grab this mesh. We're in modeling mode still. I believe, let's find out. Model, mesh. I like to use the remesh option, and this creates a lot more triangles, but it removes that vanishing point from here. Accept. And then with this Google Earth imagery, I can then go in and let's say deform, dynamic sculpt. Got to be real careful here because it doesn't sculpt as well as you might expect it to. Got to kind of figure those settings out. But, you know, let's say you want to make a custom mesh portion of a landscape and things are getting really weird. You know, you have lots of options in Unreal Engine if you just play around with the tools. That being said, you know, it'll kind of mess up my edges there, and I don't like that at all. But the possibilities are very much endless, and you can create damn near anything. This is also possible with building models. The last thing I'll show is, let's do, if I wanted to create a really weird building, or just, give me a minute, okay? We're gonna go to create, draw a spline, and I'm gonna eyeball as best as I can the outline of this building. It's not gonna be perfect. I don't care if it is or not. But what I want to do is, you know, let's just go here. It's gonna throw that mesh into the air a little bit. That's absolutely fine with me. Quick way to get a not so perfect building, and these aren't going to be at 90-degree angles, so that's something to consider. But let's close this as a loop, accept, create, mesh spline, flatten. I can flatten the best fit plane. Let's see, let's go flatten along X, and now I can do thickness Pretty crazy. You know, now I have a gray boxed building, but I like to make it a little bit thicker. You know what I'm saying? We like them thick, don't we? I like to make them a little bit thick, hit accept. And now we have a box that I can just, let's edit the pivot, set it to bottom, and it should kind of zero it out, accept. And now I can move it down to about there. And now I have a silhouette of a building. What you do with this, totally up to you. But 1,000 different ways that you can basically use this. You know, that what I just did right there is really good for like brick fencing. I like using that tool for really weird. Let me see. I want to delete that so I don't accidentally use it. Let's go, where are we? Let's go back down here. And let's go to the MLGW building. So we did a copy of the MLGW building. I say this is like a level 3 gray box. There we go. And not really finished, but that is what it looks like. It's real simple, no doors. I do have custom windows, kind of built this out, the windows out in SketchUp. And this is all one mesh. And then we have 2 different window meshes. No, not yet, baby. So petit. So there's one window there that looks like that. And one window mesh that looks like this, because they're 2 different shades. And then inside of there, to keep from seeing through the building, I have this mesh. Very simple box. And that's what the building looks like on the inside. And the mesh doesn't go all the way to the windows. It leaves a little bit of space here. Kind of useless since we're using a glass material and we're rendering some translucency. But I really like the effect when I go into path tracer mode and the sun shining off the window. But I didn't feel like making floors or walls inside, and I didn't want you to be able to see all the way through the building because I thought that would look super weird just being like that with floors in it. So this was a great way to kind of build a building that looks like it has like curtains or tint on the window so you can't see in it. Anyway, what I was going to show was there's this part where inside of maps, let's see if I can get a good view from here. This is what it looks like. So you got those little walls right there. And of course you can just use boxes. But in some cases, like over here, you got these really tall curbs. You got this little piece right here. You got this circular piece. Nice, baby. Google Street Maps doesn't really let me go into there, but you got these weird profiles. You know, so I could draw a spline and I could populate a mesh along a spline for this. Or I can draw the spline around, you know, let's say this entire flower bed, for example, to get the shape of the flower bed. And my landscape material will be underneath probably the road here and not visible. And I'll be able to kind of extrude a flower bed up. So a practical example of that is here. So I drew 2 splines, and you know, I had basically the lot, I don't know what you would call this, like this concrete section here with some of the grade changing, and you'll be able to walk down the hill. I had this large spline that I drew of this entire section right here. And what I did was I created another spline and I extruded that flat piece that I created from these gardens. I extruded a flat piece from these gardens, kind of like I did with that building. And then I intersected the two to rip out from, this larger piece, the two flower bed pieces. So I took the flower bed, or the entire lot here, created the splines, made a extrusion for these two flower beds, duplicated the lot and the two flower beds. Here we go. That's what I'll do. It's kind of hard to explain, but so I'll just show you. Create, draw spline, loop, flower bed number 1, draw spline, loop, flower bed number 2, select both splines, spline actor 43, 44, create a mesh spline with both of them. We'll flatten along the x-axis and give it some thickness. It looks like it's going to go into the ground, which is fine. Accept. And I'll pull it up. And then I would duplicate this mesh and then do an intersection between this mesh and this mesh to create a new mesh. So copy, paste. First, I'm going to give this the same material. And then just Boolean intersection new object accept. And if I would have copied that twice and then did a Boolean and basically use this as scissors to cut out this bottom mesh, I can then convert this to dirt. And now we have a new flower bed. All I have to do is put a curve profile around it. Lemon squeezy. So there are 1,000 ways that you can use Unreal Engine's built-in tools and Cesium to create an accurate representation of some building or your entire city. And there are a million ways to do that. I built the roads for this entire city probably 5 different times using 5 different plugins. And I've settled on a plugin called MetaRoad. All the tutorials are in Spanish, I think, on YouTube, but it's pretty easy to determine what's happening in those videos once you look at them long enough. So MetaRoad basically gives you this overlay of what you're building, and this allows me to create an accurate representation of the exact road system. Also considering the grade and the travel direction. All right, it took me a while to figure that out, and I may make a video on that here soon. But if I go into preview mode, let's grab one of these and click preview. This so far is just one section of road. As you can see, these roads are a nightmare to try building using pretty much any other road plugin. an absolute freaking nightmare. And to think that I've done this entire city, like really just this entire section of downtown 4 or 5 different times with different plugins. I've settled on Meta Road because it has a lot of modularity that allows me to get get down to the specifics real good, and include trolley, like a tram area. And there are a lot of, South Main has tram sections. And I really want to include the trolleys. So, Meta Road. Here's some other buildings I've grayboxed, and this was entirely built in SketchUp. One of the first restaurants that agreed to be a part of the project officially, and the restaurant right outside of my condo, which was here. The sushi restaurant. There's an atrium in the center. Like, it kind of looks like you're in Paris. When you walk in the middle of the condo and you can look through the window down into the restaurant, which is really cool. Memphis escape rooms. These are all vectors. Basically, this is just a flat 2-sided texture on top of a vector cutout of the logo. So that's all geometry. Let's see, lit, wireframe. Those triangles are nuts. But I prefer doing vectors over, I think they're called stencils or something. And I just bring that geometry into the scene because I like how it looks. So when I want to do a cinematic preview, just look at it. Oh, Lord. Go inside the building, and dang. So just imagine what this is going to look like when I have all of South Main and all of Bill Street. It's really to go, and look at those reflections. Oh, my Lord. So sexy. Just, jeez. And this performs pretty well cinematic, but, let's keep it high. Anywho, that's pretty much the result of this project so far. Just doing some generic grayboxing. Plenty more to do. Really excited to share this project with y'all live and teach a little bit while I can. Got a lot of interest. Probably be doing some crowdfunding and getting some backing soon, so that I can hire some people to actually build some game ready models for the demo. But in the meantime, a lot of what I'm creating that my computer can handle is going to be to showcase the progress. Let's turn some water on. And I hope y'all enjoy. Finish your puzzle? Yeah. All right, guys, I'm going to turn my mic off and put some music back on. I appreciate you for tuning in. Any questions, feel free to reach out. And you can also connect with me on Instagram at 901 Corey Owens. Same handle as what's on my YouTube. I'll throw it in the chat. It's probably going to tag my YouTube channel. Yeah. A lot more where that came from.
Okay. So this is very much an unfinished project. But I like the progress that I've made on Red Pike Arena. I've just been messing around. These are built with splines. I don't really remember the exact method that I used to create this shape. I think I used a sphere at first to get the general shape, and then I brought another sphere I cut that sphere and opened it up. I brought another sphere underneath it. How do I do this? I'm making a little mess, bud. Oh, yeah, I brought another sphere into it. And before I cut the sphere, I cut the sphere like halfway up here. You know, like I cut it up here at first. And then I put a sphere inside of it. And I used something in the modeling mode to combine the two spheres together. And then some sort of, let's see, modeling mode, mesh, deform. I think I might have used one of these, displace, warp, smooth. I think I used the smooth to get those intersecting areas to kind of look like this. Yeah, something like that. And then I brought in the Red Pike Arena text as like a 3D text. I intersected it with the ground. As you can see, this is basically just like a bowl with a wall around it. I intersected that text with the ground and kind of did a Boolean operation. So really, is this one piece now? Yeah, it's just one piece now. Don't quite remember, and I think I did it in a live stream. So the way that I went about creating this project was I actually
used an emulator to play the actual game on PlayStation 1, a PS1 emulator. I think it should be cool enough now, baby. Shouldn't have to. No, you got it. Just tell me if I'm wrong. Am I wrong? It's still hot? Don't blow hard, just blow like this. Look. I'm not actually remaking the whole game. I'm just taking some of my favorite places and building environments around them. I gotta decide, do I want to add something out here to enhance the visual space? The goal is to have cars be able to drive up or do an animation to drive up from this platform and maybe be locked into this building. So the animation would happen here to where you can't really see a whole lot of what's going on back there. The car would drive up into here. A door would close right here. And now the player has control. From here, the player pulls up a little more. A box triggers the garage door opening animation. And maybe another animation triggers. I don't know. Because in the beginning, you have... I might have to do something a little bit different. In the beginning, all the cars are actually sitting out here in the arena. And there's a countdown that happens, 3, 2, 1. I want to put some sort of like lights out here, like a traffic light. Because I don't want to throw one on the screen. I want something out in the environment to signal when it's time for the players to drive. And they go for it. My biggest challenge, I think, using Unreal Engine is that creating soft body physics and destruction mechanics has not proven to be, it's not been proven to be easy, because I've not seen anybody successfully implement anything outside of the Matrix Awakened demo soft body physics for their existing set of cars. And the animations are kind of those destruction modifiers, I guess, are kind of baked in. I don't know if that makes sense. It's not real-time physics simulated destruction, is what I'm saying. Some vertex like painting, I think, is, I don't know. Don't really know what I'm talking about, but I know what I'm trying to say. Nonetheless, this is Red Pike Arena, and I think it looks pretty interesting. I had to consider whether I wanted to put the stadium around more of the arena, but I kind of like it. I mean, the bleachers around more of the stadium, but I kind of like it being a little offset and being on one side. Kind of like that a lot, because the main features, let's go change the time of day. What is that? Ultra dynamic sky, time of day. Let's make it a little more bright. Some of the main features in here include the smoke towers. Don't remember if this was a part of it or not, but I really liked including that for the drivers. Probably should have about 12 players. I included these animated billboards, and this image is actually from Wreckfest for now. I think that's a Wreckfest image. I have these light masts, which I just converted to blueprints yesterday. I've got these loudspeakers and these custom signs, which you can also find in Destruction Derby 2. Let's go images, tools, size, large. And I really want to recreate this scene as well as the intro to the game. In the meantime, I've got the task of figuring out what some of these logos are. Texaco and Goodyear, it looks like, are some of the logos featured in there. But I recreated, this is basically what it looks like. And there are crowds along these areas. Right over in here. But I intentionally left those out because I was going to do something else with that area. Like make something in here that would like grind up the cars if it got launched up in there. I don't know. Got to figure something out. You got it. What's the idea, bud?
If they jump out there by accident
Uh-huh.
out of the stadium,
Uh-huh.
how about you make them respawn back into the stadium?
Nah. Respawning is a no-go.
Wow.
If they get kicked out of the stadium, it's over for them. Game over for those people. Let's see if I can find some imagery that shows some of the logos.
Can I get treat?
Not yet, baby. Is it all out? Did you waste any on the floor?
Yeah.
The menu, oh my gosh, look at that. Oh, what I would do for Destruction Derby 2 DLC. I gotta figure out where this is because that's awesome. I think that is in BeamNG Drive. Okay, bud. Okay, baby. Not yet, sweetie.
Let's play before it's night.
Dookie pulls off the GT stock car look. Never seen the game. Blah, blah, blah. Here's what it definitely does. Yeah, I have to figure out who made this. No. You can go play with your toys. Turn the light on in there. Can I still comment on this? You ready for this? I need to figure out who made this because I want something similar to this to use in my demo. All right, but it's, you know, this is just really a, like kind of a fun project I did where I created a little mesh of a road that goes up to it. If we hit play, let's look at this during the daytime. These are going to be cars that don't have four-wheel drive and, like, you know, they won't be able to climb walls like that. But that's pretty much, you know, the look design of this is meant to be ominous. It's meant to be really kind of creepy. So, you know, let's take it back to 0. You got these red skies. Let's see, night brightness. Night brightness is 0.78. Let's shift right click. I can't tell what's creepier. I mean, I think obviously if we go something kind of dark like this, That's a lot more creepy. And I want you to not be able to see that background nearly as much. Those clouds are moving fast because it's crazy windy. I thought about including rain, but that would be kind of challenging for the cars to have a decent amount of grip. So let's see, night brightness. Let's bring it down pretty low. I do want that clouds to be a lot more. I want that red to like peek through the clouds a lot more.
Why?
So that's probably a matter of some post-processing volume changes. But yeah, I like that red. Swish feels a lot darker looking. And the fog kind of helps disconnect it a little bit. I don't know. We'll figure out the look development at some point later. But there's what we look like. Red Pike Arena in the middle of nowhere.
What happens if they accidentally go too fast and hit the bump and go over?
I don't think you can go that fast. You can't really go that fast. Maybe it's me. I can't turn in the air really fast and try to turn. On the rollers, you're going to be hitting cars and stuff. Really, cars would be hitting you.
Why?
Cars would be hitting you. So let's take a look. Let's go YouTube and Red Pike Arena. Really? Red Pike Arena. Of course, I got my videos that show up on here, but you know, let's look at a couple of Destruction Derby videos. Somebody's done Red Pike Arena on Wreckfest, I believe. But look, there's another Mystique version, Red Pike Arena. Red Pike Arena, there it is, Wreckfest. I don't like it that much though. So let's have a look. Ah, that's a little different. Red Pike Arena 2. Any other Red Pike Arena remakes? Wreckfest Destruction Derby mod, Red Pike Arena. Red Pike Arena is kind of a different one. All right, let's take a look. And we're going to set the volume. We'll just watch it and see what we come up with. See the hill in the middle? I think I need to make the car heavy. Maybe not supposed to jump. See how he jumps a little bit? I like how the nose is. But the goal is to wreck the cars and be the last car standing. And if you run into another car from the front, mess up your... Okay, I wasn't wrong. There's some grass over on that side. Some lights. Logo. And there's this crowd. Okay, so you're the last car moving.
3, 2, 1, go! Roadkill. Wow! Total destruction!
Roadkill. All right, blue car flying
Roadkill. Wow! Total destruction.
right up here.
Roadkill. Wow! Total destruction.
Right there.
Kill. Wow! Total destruction. One, go! Roadkill. Wow! Total destruction.
Pretty cool. Red Macarena again.
Three, two, one. Go! Wow, what a jump! You've lost your hood! Roadkill!
Somebody hit me with that.
You've lost your trunk! Whoa! Ha ha ho!
Alright, this is Red Pike Arena, or this is in Wreckfest. Well, this is in the Wreckfest game. Okay, not bad. Kind of a similar design. Yeah, it looks like, it's just kind of low quality. Because they took the exact mesh from the PlayStation game and just brought it in. So as you can see, oh, there's the logo, DEKAI,
What does that spell?
Dekai.
Why?
Don't know. So I don't have any logos in there, but I think I should put some lights up here. Let's see. Got
Are
our
you
crane.
still on YouTube watching?
Yeah.
Are you on YouTube
Yes.
watching the video?
What do you mean?
The video.
I don't understand your question.
Are you watching the video?
Am I gonna watch it?
Yeah. No.
Am I watching it right now?
Yeah. Oh no. You're okay.
So I replaced the crane hook with a metal, with a magnet. And we've got the bleachers. I'll put something different on these signs. But for the most part, this was the layout.
Are you still on the microphone?
Yes, I am.
Why can't I be loud then?
Oh, I wasn't saying you could. I was hoping that you would kind of figure it out. All right, so giant smokestacks. These little vents pushing some smoke out of them. You know, and I think the scale is decent. But I do want to try to take the game. Let's see. I'd have no clue where any of my emulators actually are. Software, 3D tools. I do have software. Ninja Ripper. Not yet, sweetie. There's only ice cream left, you know. What is the PS1 RPCS3? I think it's what it is. PlayStation 3 emulator. Open source, get started, install PS3 firmware, red, continue. Available. Do you want to update? No, not yet. Can I play the PlayStation game on this ROM though? I didn't do anything. You ate it all. Let's see. Honestly, I don't remember what it's called. Well, let's figure that out. Let's figure that out real quick. And jump around that. QGIS, OBS. 3D Ripper. Tiles, tools, Camtasia.
I close the thing for a second.
Close what thing? No.
I need to close it.
No. Duck Station. I don't think so, baby. Can you go find something to do while I'm streaming? You're asking me a bunch of questions.
No. I'm saying right
Okay, find something to do, please.
No, right here. I'm gonna stay here.
No, I don't think I used that. EPSX. E?
Look how I finished this puzzle.
Okay, so let's go software search. Destruction, copy. I do not remember where, but we're going to try to figure that out real quick. Projects. Unreal Engine, software, BCDEF, games. Destruction Derby 2. Emulators, PS1, Duck Station. We can close that now. Let's open this. Remind me later. And we're going to play this game, see if we can extract some information from it. Fresh boot. Actually, wait a minute. Ninja Ripper.
I finished the puzzle.
Nice, baby.
I'm gonna keep doing the puzzle over and over.
Why do you want to do it over and over and over?
Because I like it.
Gotcha.
Puzzle.
Gotcha. Okay.
I know this
Let's
was
see. Executable. Duck Station. Let's working directory. I think we're supposed to use it like this. Copy, paste, search, open. Okay. Let's try it. Mommy later. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna try this. Change the resolution at all. System settings, graphics, rendering, resolution based on window size. A lot of settings I can probably change to get more out of this. What I would really like to do is figure out how I can get an entire level to load. Let's see, can we skip the intro video? I know, will we can see it another time because I'm streaming. Destruction Derby 2. I love these graphics, as simple as they are. Alright, so wrecking, racing, practice, select car. Pine Hills Raceway. So the main goal of this, drivers, start your engines. Music volume all the way down, SFX volume all the way down. Can we print screen? Print screen and insert, or just print screen? I don't know. Let's try insert. Rip ID 0. Okay. Continue. Pause. Insert. Now, before I do too much else with this, I can go to my working directory, which is here. 3D rips, empty. 3D screenshot. Not quite sure what's happening here. All right, let's move this over and press continue and insert. All right, looks like we got nothing, but I could be wrong. Let's see. Frame. I'm not really getting any information from this. 3D rips. Let's see. DirectL DX11. Yeah, I don't know. Let's try. Let's see. Ninja Ripper. Importers. This is my working directory, but nothing is showing up in there. Yeah, I don't really remember how this worked, but we're going to try one more time. We're going to press both print screen and insert. Yeah, it looks like I pressed too many buttons or something. 3D rips, folder's empty, nothing showing up. Just trying to rip something, it feels like. Oh, I paused it. Or did I? Don't know. I think I want to wait, see what happens. Let's just press insert to stop. Destruction number 2 is what happened here. Resume game. Start. Yeah, nothing got ripped out. Insert.
What happened?
Not sure yet. I'm just gonna try this one more time and see. Probably gonna have to reboot something. Oh, that's what it is. Let's see. Analog mode. Oh, there we go. Now, insert. I guess I have to be playing the game. Okay, A is how you go and stop. That's how you go backwards. All right, feels pretty good. Let's go back a bit. Oh, wow. No, I'm not trying to play. I'm trying to rip 3D geometry. So, what is my rip directory? That's what I've got to figure out. Duck station's here. This is here. Games. Oh, okay. It gave me a different. So copy, paste. I probably ripped too much from here. Go 3D rips. Huh, no? PS1 ROMs, emulator, PS1, DuckStation, Windows release. 3D rips. Open a rip directory. Here it is. 2025-0927. Let's go all the way down. All right, here's my most recent rips. Rip number 5. We've got these meshes, and I'm going to have to import them. All right, it's very hard to say exactly where. Oh my gosh, that's so much to load in. So if we just do a insert, it's going to give us so little, but I've got to figure out if I can go into like a fly mode.
How did that person fly?
He ran into me. Let's just do this one more time. Let's find out. PS1 Duck Station fly mode. Features a free camera mode, often uses flying or free roam camera rather than built-in player fly mode. To use it, launch the game, open a quick menu interface, and configure a toggle the free camera mode.
Why is that called Duck Station?
I don't know. Settings. Let's figure it out. Let's figure out where to go. Emulator, pause options menu. Look for the
This looks like Minecraft because
system.
of the top of the fence.
Pause.
See those little things popping out? It
System.
looks like Minecraft.
Settings. View. Tools. Free camera.
This looks
So,
like Minecraft.
does it?
Yeah. Look at the fence, the top. The top of the fence.
I see, baby.
It looks so
You mean it's just like, I know what you mean. Now, let's unpause. And I'm not sure how this works. Oh, there it is. Settings.
Look what I did.
Enable free cam. Okay. How do you use it though? Not really too sure. When it's paused, I don't think anything is really happening. So, movement speed, enable cam, settings.
Is there other people in the game?
Oh, there we go.
Or is those stuff computers?
See how everything hides when you turn everything around?
Yeah.
Z rotation. Let's reset the camera. Okay. So a lot of this information is hidden. Reset, reset. It's so optimized. See, load all level geometry in duct station. To load and fix level geometry, PGXP geometry correction, settings, enhancements. So settings, where might that be? Don't see that anywhere. Graphics. There are no jittering, so I think, you know, we're pretty much good there. But let's see. Our PGXP geometry correction. Oh, look at that. Way cleaner. Incredible. Okay. To fix wobbling, turn on texture correction to stabilize textures, culling to reduce holes in models. Culling correction, where's that at? I don't see culling. PGXP, culling correction. Geometry tolerance. Discards precise geometry, depth clear threshold. The increase the depth that will result in the depth buffer being cleared can help with depth issues. Disable onto the CPU mode. Just mirror. Okay, we got a lot to figure out. Advanced display, screen position, resize, sampling. I want to find something about culling, but I don't think. Internal resolution. Let's try. Can't really change it based on window size. Texture filtering, dithering, aspect ratio, crop, automatic, custom stretch to fill. That's kind of cool, actually.
I mean,
But it stretches the C. Stretch to fill, auto, aspect ratio, crop, none. Overscan area.
you can't just
Oh, that's
press
beautiful.
everything. You don't know what that is.
Content use
You can't
FMVs.
just press everything.
Well, sometimes you gotta figure it out, baby. Renderer automatic. So I don't think there's an option for me to load all the geometry. Because if I go into the camera mode and rotate my yaw, you see a lot of this stuff isn't loaded unless my car is back there. So as you can see, watch this. If I turn my car around, oh man, it just really just jacked me up right there. I need to be the only one on the track, honestly.
Are those people alive?
Okay, so let's reset this. Are they what? Reset.
Are there people playing the game?
Reset. No.
Is that the characters?
Z reset. There we go. All right, so this gives me a better view of what's loading in. And you see everything is starting to load out. But if I wanted to capture all of this information, I would have to go piece by piece. Oh, Lord, this is so much. I mean, it's worth it, though, if I decide to do it. Oh, my gosh. Even these car physics, the car physics are so good. Now, clearly, think I'm pit stopping to get my car fixed. All right, as we can see, everything starts to kind of unload itself. And there's not a lot of information. So it's culling. How do we load all the, ignore culling? Is that possible? Uncheck or disable colon correction. Geometry correction. Colon correction. I don't think that makes a difference.
It still happens.
Yeah. It's really about the placement of the camera. Because as soon as I turn the car around this way, you'll see everything starts to load in.
Oh, that's weird.
And then, of course, we're using a skybox, which is really cool. But see, if I turn that way, you know, cars back there can load. See those cars loading? So it would be, I've got to figure out if I can, let's quit. And see if I can maybe get in the level without, oh my goodness.
It's like a baby.
Yeah, it is a baby, isn't it? Stretch to field, game size. Stretch to field. You already did, baby.
Hi.
Let's see. Render, automatic, adapter, default. Dithering, interlacing, geometry correction.
Who's here?
Sure.
Could I go get my exercise in? Dad?
You gonna go on a trampoline for a minute?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
For a little bit at least?
Yeah.
Okay.
I love the animation of the guy. Okay. I'm gonna have to get some coding done, I think. And see, this is even in 3D. There's a box here. Let's see, wrecking racing practice. Oh, it flips all the way across. That's so cool to see. Race mode. Wrecking racing. Stock car. Destruction derby. Practice. Configuration. Controller. Volume. I think that says something center screen. Save configuration. Track select. Start car. Multiplayer. Nah. Time attack. Let's try that. Go. So this is in 3D also, which is really cool to see. It's only me. And it doesn't give me a time limit, so now I have the freedom to just kind of go. But as we get up here, things kind of load in a little bit. You can see stuff like popping in and out. Yeah, really simple track. Oh, no, don't go there. these physics, the way the car just shakes. I've got to get into C++ coding.
I'm sad for some reason.
For some reason?
Yeah.
About not having anyone out there jumping with you and stuff?
So because nobody's watching me.
Yeah, I understand, buddy. 2026 is a weird time for kids. All right, so this at least gives us the branding we were looking for. That's exciting to see.
Why is that guy right there?
Wild Bill's Auto Sales. I'm excited to recreate him.
Why is he right there?
He's, it's just supposed to be a cool part of the game. It's an advertisement for a car salesman, and he's supposed to be like a really mean guy or really grumpy. Now, for larger tracks, it's going to take a lot to go and rip out the information. Looks like these are two-sided textures.
Is anybody on the track?
No, I set it to practice and time trials so that I can just go around the track however I want to without having to worry about other cars hitting me. That's a big crowd of people.
Yeah.
I guess they're all supposed to be in the grass, huh?
Why are they in the grass?
Because they're watching the event.
They can't really see down that.
So I've got to look maybe on Reddit, figure out if there's a way to load in all the texture, all the geometry. Because I can't really move the camera. Let me think.
Were the other people that were driving around computers? Were they?
Yeah. Let's see. Somebody's got to have figured it out somewhere.
Go up
I combine this one, enable multi-disc, more results.
Go up.
Something that I can do. DuckStation, Windows. Looking on Google here real quick to see if anybody has looked to figure this out. Because that would be very interesting. Reddit usually has somebody asking the same questions. DuckStation, mods to clean up. Updated graphics guide. Game display. DuckStation. Texture replacement. Let's see. Game data. I don't know. I don't think anybody's ever asked this question. Geometry correction, colon correction, texture correction, texture filtering, best settings, directory, settings, tutorial. I don't know. This is something definitely worth figuring out. What is that? ACE? ACE? What does it even say? It's probably easier to read on a CRT TV. Everything kind of moves closer to you when you... That's that logo I was looking for. Couldn't remember what it was called. Dakai. All right, so let's turn this way, see what loads here. Yeah, this loading is gonna like trip me out because the amount of information that unloads, I mean, it's optimal, very optimal. If my camera was in the correct position, I probably wouldn't see a lot of this loading happening.
You're practicing.
And I'm doing terrible, aren't I?
Yeah. Your car almost caught on fire.
No, that was just the dust from the dirt that I was driving in.
Was it? It was wet.
It wasn't. Maybe the sun was hitting the dust. All right. Oh, look at that texture. It didn't load correctly, or I'm just too close to it. There it is. All right. Well, I don't know if I feel like doing 100 different screenshots, 3D shots of this, but I think that's what it's going to take, and a lot of stitching it together. And it's worth doing because this alone would be really fun to build. This, you know, those bleachers, and that would be very fun to build. Let's go back to Red Pike Arena. I don't think I can go in there by myself. I don't remember. But let's just see. There's no time trails for Red Pike. Let's go select track. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7. Let's go Destruction Derby, practice, select track. We'll keep Red Pike Arena. And let's see if any other cards are loaded in.
I hope so.
Hope not. The goal is to not have other cars in there.
Why?
And there they are.
Oh,
All right, see how that loading happens?
yeah.
From this view, I get a pretty good amount of information.
What happened to you?
I'm staying back because I don't want to get hit.
Oh, you got hit. You keep getting.
All right, so this is grass.
Oh, you always flipped over.
There's our 3 smokestacks. Yeah, typically the computer is programmed to come directly to you. So no matter where you go, you're going to get hit. Ingram, Mad Cats. I've already got a champion logo. So this is basically what I did. I took about, I don't know how many screenshots.
Oh my god.
Ah, there it is. See, I should have done it this way the first time, but I don't think the materials, the textures ever came through like I wanted them to. You got your masked light up there. It looks cool. And then you've got your skybox. So the skybox is attached to the car. And if you bring this into Blender, there's just a sky, there's a sphere around the car with the sky rendering on the sphere.
Where's the car?
But the sphere is set to like a Z, well, not a, what is it called?
What happened to all the cars?
It's set to a layer, they all crashed. Most of them did. It's set to a layer behind all the geometry that loads in, and it renders behind all this geometry, even though the sky is technically smaller than everything on the screen.
Oops.
Race over. Did I win? Is my car messed up? And the smoke, interestingly enough, also renders from the camera's point of view. It'll come from each car's engine bay. I'm gonna have to see if this is on another console. To PS2. Is there a PS2 version? Or just the PS1 version? I don't think Destruction Derby 2 ever got released.
I saw someone do this before. What keeps happening to the loading?
eBay UK. Yeah, PlayStation 1. There's no PS2 release.
No.
Darn. Okay, so let's see if we can find. Oh, well, there is a PC version, but unfortunately, it's 32-bit. To PC, and I think I do have the PC version. Okay, 3D rips. Let's go up. DuckStation, PS1, emulators, PS1, ROMs, PS1, Destruction Derby 2. I must have downloaded it somewhere.
The game's loaded.
Baby, I see it. Okay, here we go. So, I love this skybox. Very ominous.
Are you driving?
No, it's showing a demo. But what I can do is I can change the... See, look at that. I can change the camera a bit. Let's reset it. Oh, there we go. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
What happened?
The camera moves away when I reset. When I use the camera tool, it moves away from the menu also.
What?
But let's see. Open 32-bit game on Windows 11. Compatibility mode.
Dad, this is what people do when they hit a 5. Look. Your face.
Yeah, I had to yawn.
Look. This.
Yeah, when they're ready to fight.
Yeah.
Is that what you're gonna do?
No. Sometimes.
Check the name on 32-bit version, but it didn't work. Tried to download Oracle VirtualBox, add it to the DB. Didn't let me allow it to add it. Doesn't show up in folders. It's Road Tycoon 2 compatibility. Blah blah blah. Either need the GOG version or take it fully patched vanilla version. Install the unofficial patch and OpenGL wrapper mod to run it in 11. That will let it talk properly to the video card. It's not that it's 32-bit. I don't think you're gonna be able to blah blah blah. I don't know. Yeah, she's an amp. That's weird. I don't know, man. What do you want, man? You've got ice cream. That's about it.
Dad,
Yes.
I really want to do a pee before bed. You
Do some
know?
pretending.
Yeah. Could we?
It's interesting. The closer you get to the cars, see the car model right there.
Yeah.
The further you are away from the car, it will render a low poly version of the car. And then it's only, if you notice the car, it's only one flat plane that spins instead of an entire wheel on the vehicle. That's really interesting optimization. Man, the things that they did with PlayStation to optimize games back in the day, it's really interesting.
Why is it so dirty?
It's supposed to look grungy.
Why? Why? Help me. Can we do
John.
before bed? Can we do?
I don't know, Zeppelin. Okay, let's see here. To ISO, we got a beta patch, official patch. Only an ISO version, 600 megabytes, 292, 652, 7. Okay, let's open this and let's see if we can mount it. Open. Yeah, don't mess with that, please.
What does that mean?
Ooh. Okay, there is an installer. Can't really set up or install it. This app can't run on your PC. Incompatibility. Okay, let's Google this real quick. Hey, can you make sure you throw all of those noodles away?
I'm not throwing your tissue away. Your mess. That you always make your tissue messy.
Oh. Okay. We're gonna have to use something like DOS Box. And boy, do I not feel like going through this, but downloads. Windows installer. Let's just try it. And let's bring this in. This PC software. I don't think I ever downloaded it. Okay, let's do a new folder. Hey, go to your chair, please.
Hold on.
Stop, Zeppelin. Thanks, buddy. Shout out to my son. Okay, let's open this up. Run as an admin. And don't need desktop shortcut. We're going to put this in F. Close. All right, let's go look at the.
Daddy,
Yeah, baby.
when I was trying to sneak over here, I hit my head on the chair and it said, like a squishy toy for dogs.
All right, once it's
That make
installed,
noise. The squishy ones.
go turn the light on in there and play.
Okay.
Make a folder to put all your old games in. I put it in CDOS box, and my old games directory is C old games. I put my game in old games directory. Stop, Zeppelin. All right, y'all. So I'm figuring out how to install and run this program. So this might take me a minute. Also, make a folder to put all your old games in. This box in C old games. So let me do that real quick. Let's go to software, new folder. All right. I've got an old games directory created. Old games. games. Okay, new folder. We will call this DD2. And I'm wondering if I can just move everything from this ROM directly into DD2. Let's copy here. Yeah, it probably can. It's about 600 megabytes. All right, let me give it time to do that. It's amazing what they were able to accomplish with this, because that game does look and feel very fast. Getting games to run. First run DOS box in your DOS box folder. Remember old games directory you create in step 1. You have to basically set that as a new directory just for DOS box. It's going to become the C drive of DOS box. Okay. So, y'all forgive me. Mount. FF. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna change it to capital just to make sure. I don't think I can do it while it's stuff is being transferred, so.
I'm taking the music.
And no, you cannot have that. We talked about that today already. All right, I don't know how well this is gonna work. It seems like I can't get this stuff copied off of this disk. Something won't copy. So I'm just gonna cancel old games, DD2. Hey Zeppelin, you're almost pressing my mouse button. Do you know what I mean?
Should I roll this?
No, not a toy.